Hey, good afternoon, everyone. We're live again. Well, at least I think we are. I think we've got audio. It looks like we've got audio, but you just never know. Always on time, Steve. Right, let's have a look down through the list. Who we got in? So we had Aaron in first, in and then out. Gaming, playing, hey, beer, fountains. Arcs Fatalis. That's a new one. Tim's in. Tim's got a black one. Nice. Now, I didn't say that quite right, did I? Tim has got a RIC.1. A black RIC.1. Okay. David's in. He almost bought an R300. You should have got that, David. It's guaranteed to have AF117s in it, mate. You'd have had a whale of a time with those. Could then a bit of zapping. Joe's in. Hi, Joe. Nick's in. He's also got a RIC.1. Nice. They are good little radios, really. They're sort of like an iconic radio, isn't it, really? Joe wants to know what all the holes are. Andrew's in. Ass, how are you, mate? Aaron's back. Dids is in. Yeah, as you can see, we're old and peculiar today. Rick, not Rick. Tim's wave change knob isn't the correct one. Benji's in. Hi, Benji. Bob's in, and he did a visual alignment using the spectrum analyzer. Now, that could be very useful for doing those Roberts modules, Bob. Interesting. So did you actually connect the spectrum analyzer, or are we just sniffing it with a probe? Nick got his for a £5 at the car boot. I can't remember where I got this one from. I probably didn't pay a lot for it because it's got the front badge missing. But then I might have pinched the front badge off of it to fix something else. You never know. I do that sort of thing. Anthony's in. Hi, Anthony. Alex is in. He's got his beer and a bag of peanuts. What beer you got, Anthony? Alex, even. I've nearly did your radios today, Alex, but you know people are probably sick to death of seeing the 2001 Ds being recapped. So unfortunately, I just grabbed something a bit different today. Let's catch up with the rest of the chat. Sheffield Steve, yeah, I was on time. You know, I do the Geo countdown timer, and then I push the button and I should be live. You never know. You nearly got one of these from Faceache Marketplace the other week. There's not much goes wrong with these. I mean, it's got an IC in it, which we'll have a look at in a minute, which does pretty much most of the IF, apart from some weird little circuit they got in there. Very strange radio, this. It's a little bit different. Hey, Rob, how are you, mate? Thank you very much. You're going to buy an R707 as a parts one for yours. What's wrong with yours, Rob? You got bits missing off of it? Baz, how are you, mate? Hopefully, I've got to check that we're not freezing, because we were freezing on this camera, weren't we? Audio and video, all okay, Aaron. Excellent. You got a black RIC.1? Yeah, I know you had a RIC.1. Electrosound, Andrew. Good evening to you, mate. Thanks for dropping in. I nearly popped in your stream this morning, Andrew, but unfortunately I was a bit busy trying to get this stream sorted, so I missed out on it. Andrew, little boy, how are you, mate? Dancing the night away to the trance German DJ Dumond. Wow. Ooh, I bet that was loud, Andrew. Tom and Susie, welcome in. Oh, hang on, it's jumped again. Micmac, afternoon to you. Connected using an 18 picofarad cap. Yeah, they are delicate, aren't they? Oh, you meant you were on time, Steve. No worries, mate. Joe Fennec, how are you, Joe? That beer hasn't moved. I know, but I don't think that's frozen. No, we're good. We're good. Excellent. Yeah, I mean, say it would be useful if you could align those damn Mullard modules, isn't it? So we have something old and peculiar in the house, look. So let's fire this in the glass. This is the legend, apparently. I don't know who this chap is. He's kneeling down, which is a bit of a problem for me at the moment. I've managed to do my knee in. Apparently I've got a housemaid's knee through kneeling down. Seal of the official of the peculiar of Mazum, 1741. So Theakston's Eau Peculiar is one of my favourites. Actually, I'm surprised it's taken this long to get it on the channel, but you know what it's like. Let's have a look over at Theakston's website then, for all you brewing fanatics. So this is the legend Eau Peculiar. It is pretty much available anywhere, isn't it? They've even got a little party keg, look. Oh, Merry Christmas. I'll get a couple of those on the bench. So it's 5.6, so it's quite strong. Subtle cherry and banana. No, it's not. How is the cherry and banana? I mean, my nasal system must be knackered because all these weird and wonderful smells you're supposed to be able to get. Dark ruby red, taste rich and fruity. Yeah, okay, that's not over the top. I can imagine that. Full bodied and warming, yeah. It's a specialist beer. I have actually been to Theakston's brewery up in Yorkshire, so any of you that are up in Yorkshire way, then you want to get up there. It's a very nice brewery tour up there. I came in with a load of paraphernalia. I've still got me bar towel somewhere. I did have a very nice Theakston polo shirt, but that died over the years. Food pairing, casserole stews, roast beef and Yorkshire pudding, chocolate-based puddings and blue cheese. It's weird they do this food pairing with beer now. It's a wine thing normally, isn't it? Sold out of the 5 litre Theakston Best, but they've still got the Eau Peculiar. Wow. And I did have an Eau Peculiar glass as well, but that's long gone. Not that, I had a proper pint glass. Barista Stout, I've not seen that about. So there you are. That's Eau Peculiar, one of my favourite real ales. There's no one down this way that's got it on tap, unfortunately, but certainly up in Yorkshire, it's all over the place. So yeah, any of you that where are they? There they are. They're in Mazum, North Yorkshire. What have we got in the shop? Bottles and cans, mini kegs, accessories, gifts, glasses, clothing. So yeah, they do have some nice kit. A glass, have they still got the old pint glass? Yeah, I think mine was engraved, but just these now. Oh, they got a Theakston tankard. That's quite nice. Pint tankard. Yeah. Yeah, that looks like it's engraved. Peculiar ales, that's good, isn't it? Yeah, the problem with these is they clash about, and these little labels that are printed on the glasses, they do start looking tatty after a little while. So it's always better to get one that's etched. Anyway, there we are. That's Theakston's Eau Peculiar for you. You remember enjoying Eau Peculiar at Portoboro Beer Festival back in the day? You're the same with your knees. Yeah, unfortunately, kneeling down at work doing stuff has knackered them right up. You're working on a National RQ501 and a Sony TC352D. Nice. Murat, how are you, mate, from Istanbul? A good live stream, Steve, is Sheffield Steve. See if you could fix a long wave radio within 5 to 6 hours of 198 being shut down for good. Yeah, I can't remember. Is it the 26th of June they're saying? It's a real shame, isn't it, that Radio 4 is going off of Longwave. That is a real shame. I mean, thanks to those of you that have signed the petition. I did put a petition out for everyone to sign. We had quite a few signatures. In fact, it's still going now. I've put it on my Facebook page now. But it's on my Facebook page, Radiocruncher. Aston's in. How you doing, mate? Yeah, they're usually pretty good, Aston, unless they've been twiddled with. Your knees crunch if you bend your knees. And my knees are doing all sorts of weird stuff. I've got bursitis, apparently. Lovely. You prefer bowl glasses? Afternoon, Les. 1 o'clock on Sunday the 27th of June. 1 o'clock in the morning, Steve, is it? Use a high impedance probe to do the alignment. Nice. Can recommend Deck Tech for Commodore C2N dataset belts. Yeah, I didn't know they did them actually, Andrew. I've got about 8 of those little cassette decks. Yeah, Nick's probe is an amazing bit of kit. It is the business. Yeah, it's all to do with cost, end of the day, isn't it? There's not many people that listen to Longwave anymore. I mean, when I'm doing a band scan, I'll have a listen, but yeah, it's a shame. The problem we got is we've got all these old radios with long wave and medium wave on it, and next to nothing actually live to listen to on those bands, which is a shame. As I say, we can transmit over onto those bands and pick it up with the radio. Right, let's get the Peculiar in. The Legend, 5.6%. Let's get him in. Fire him in. As I say, it's a bit like me, really. Odin Peculiar. Sure Mrs. Cruncher would agree. Mrs. Cruncher's not been very well at all. In fact, we ended up in the hospital, but that's another story. Yes. Anyway, cheers everybody. Maybe Radio Caroline could get... The problem is that have they got a transmitter that can transmit on it, Steve? That's the thing. I mean, it's it would be really nice. I mean, I know it's not legal, but it would be nice to have some stations on medium wave and long wave, even if they're not technically legal. You know what I mean? It's just a shame to see the bands going empty. The problem is as soon as they kick everybody off of the bands, they'll allocate it to something else, and that'll be the end of that, won't it? Would have lost long wave and medium wave forever. Thanks, Bob. No, not really, Joe. Not really. Oh, your atomic watches work on it, do they? Must cost a fortune. The thing is, it's got nationwide and beyond coverage, Nick, isn't it? That's the beauty of it. If they shut it down as a national emergency and there's problems with comms, you know, it's a lifeline, really. Dave, how are you, mate? The 0% version, Nout Peculiar, is worth looking into. I might try that, Dave. I've not tried it. I'll say. I did see it advertised there. What's that, Baz? The thing is, long wave and medium wave don't have other utility. Thanks, Rob. I don't know. I mean, it can be used for long distance communications, can it, Anthony? It could be given to airband or something. I don't know. You know, long wave and medium wave does. I mean, medium wave, then they're not going to be able to shut that down, are they? Because there's so many foreign stations. I've got my SDR hooked up here at the moment. I mean, we might have a play with that later. But I come in here the other night, hooked it all up, downloaded all the software for it. It's absolutely rammed medium wave at night time. You know, there's so many signals. I did a band scan on it. It picked up so many. Some very obscure stuff as well. Also did a bit of a play with FMDX in after watching Ringway Manchester's channel the other week. It is, yeah. It's Radio 4, Joe, which is available on FM. They've gone from medium wave, I think. Yeah, they have gone from medium wave, haven't they? Everyone needs their own transmitter, Andrew's saying. There's a great design, the Radio Club. That is our 2026 constructor competition. Nice one, Andrew. Yeah, you have to pop me an email with that on. I think America, from what I've seen on people's videos, America is pretty active on medium wave. They've got a lot of AM stations going still. Thanks, Aston. Yeah, they could, Joe. Derek in? Did I miss Derek? Yeah, I know, Alex. It's a shame, isn't it? There's not much on long wave now. Yeah, you've got some good stations on medium wave. You've got some actually quite broadband. You've got stereo. You've got medium wave stereo stations over there, Joe. And anyone else that's over the water. I think you have, but yeah, I was having a good old listen the other night. Let's do our or a YouTube channel of the week, because I always forget this and leave it to the end, and everybody's like on the way then. But this guy, he's only got 569 subscribers, which I'm quite surprised about. I would have thought he'd have had more than that. But very clever chap, really interesting to watch. Link is in the description, so let's have a quick look over. So it's Vintage Radio Cafe. It looks like he's called Raymond. So he started a few years ago, now he's sharing the videos of his repairs and restorations of vacuum tube radios, solid state receivers and such. Really interesting channel. As I say, that's the link. I'll pop that in the chat for you. Again, none of these people know that I'm recommending them, but I just do it for you guys so you've got something to listen to, and it's good to recognise other repair people. I'm not sure where he's based actually. He's not in this country, I don't think. It doesn't really say where he's from, does he? But yeah, he's got quite a few videos out there. He's been doing this Telefunken Sonata, which I started watching. I've watched it one and a bit. In fact, I've watched all of that. Somebody's saying I've watched a bit of it, but yeah, interesting bit of kit that. So it's basically a vertical standing sort of radiogram. But yeah, I think I've seen a couple people have commented that follow me. So I think it was Gier maybe. Somebody commented. So he's done Nord Men's. He's obviously goes into great detail on him. He knows his stuff. So there you are. Something else for you to have a little look at. Look, Vintage Radio Cafe. There you are. You did have stereo AM, Andrew? Let me just catch up with the chat. Ernest, how you doing, mate? Your test match special radio is going to be even less use next month. Test match special? Heard of that? You can get Radio Wales on medium wave over here, Andrew. Yeah, there's not any music stations really on, apart from Caroline. I can get Caroline really good, but last weekend they were broadcasting from the ship and it was banging in here, no problem at all. Yeah, there's not a lot. There's some beacons on there, Steve. IBA tested AM stereo on a couple stations in Suffolk. Oh, they got digital going out on AM now, have they? Huh. The sandy sword is rotten for propagation. What of his plants? Canifa? Oh, Canada. 162 still got at full power, but just data. Added, Steve? Washford is Radio Wales. Yeah, Washford is up near Minehead, which is north of me, so I can get most things on that mast. Kara's got a big ground plane and tall mast, yeah. Ship's near to you, Alex. Radio goodies? Shango visited a stereo AM station a few years ago. I see Shango did a live stream the other day. I didn't catch it, but I see it's on his thingy, on his profile. Yeah, I agree, Andrew. DAB's not great, is it? I mean, the thing with DAB is I can listen to stuff that I can't get on anything else. So I do tend to listen to DAB. Well, I listen to DAB and FM in the car, to be fair, because I like to listen to Greatest Hits radio, and I can't get that on FM down here. I can only get it on DAB. But Radio Devon I listen to on FM because that's local. Anyway, cheers everybody. What do you mean, Rob? There's no frequency for stereo AM. Lost me there. Yeah, I think Manx carried Caroline's signal as well, didn't they? Because I was able to tune into it. Alright, thanks, Steve. Steve just said that. Apologies, Steve. But yeah, I did tune into Manx and could get it. It wasn't as strong as the as their own frequency, so. The art of Eki Thump. There's Bill Oddie and Co, wasn't it? Graham Gordon, Bill Oddie. Can't remember the other ones. Right, well, the RIC.1 then. No, hang on, news first. I've been having all sorts of trouble with this lot. Can you remember the stereo that I was trying to fix for someone? I bought some Chinese transistors. Don't do it, people. Do not do it. Fitted the Chinese transistors, all the right numbers. Thought, yeah, great stuff. Really reasonable price. Turns out they were absolute fakes. The pinouts were even wrong on them. The pinouts were wrong. They were low gain. They were a load of rubbish. I've managed to replace some of the transistors with an equivalent that I had. I've got some other equivalents that I put in that just didn't work for some reason. So I'm still in the market for some transistors if anyone's got any in their spares boxes. The ones I need are two SC1400s. Two SC1400s and two SA750s. So two SA750 and two SA1400. Now I've put an equivalent in for BC327. No, not those. I've had to put the original two SC1735s back in. They were both matched pretty much, so I didn't. I just put them back in because the ones that I got were rip-offs. This is the ones that I put in, BC327s, which are genuine, but they don't work for some reason. They're different pin out, but I've messed about but couldn't get them to work. I put in some 2N5089s in place of these two SC1400s. That's right. So no, I don't need two SC1400s. The main one I need is the SA750. So I've had to put those back in, and I've had to put in the SC1735. So it's the two SA750 and the two SC1735 that I'm short of. I've done a substitute for the SC1400s, which are working fine. They work great. The amp is now working again, but still a little bit of noise. When I go over to, when I turn the balance all the way over to one channel, I'm still getting noise on the other channel with nothing connected to it. So I've got a noisy transistor still. I've tried scoping it out. I can't find it with the scope. The scope just isn't sensitive enough to pick it up. So yeah, that's a problem. So I better write this down, because otherwise it's going to get confusing with all the numbers I've got on here. So if anybody's got any of these, if you could have a look in your spares boxes. So I need a 2SA750. So I need 4 of those. And I need 2SC1735 times 2. So that's the transistors that I need to replace the complete lineup of transistors in this amp. It's in the phono stage and it's been a pain in the backside. James, how you doing, mate? So I've been in and looked at my spares, and I've actually gone through all of them and gain matched them. So I've got some absolute corkers in there. I've got a couple 644s that matched exactly, and a couple that aren't far off. But the problem, I think it was these here didn't work. One of these two didn't work. I think it was the BC327s. Couldn't get them to work for some reason. They're all fine, but good gain. Not as good gain as the existing ones though. Look at the gain in these things. Look, 845 gain, 878, 766, and then we got 592, which is a bit different, isn't it? So I've changed all these 4. So it might have been one of these that was causing the intermittency originally, but it's not intermittent now. So if anybody's got any of those, let me know. I'll have them off you. Thanks, Rob. You must show other 2 radio stations. Yeah, I know them, Rob. That's the same sort of luck you have with capacitors. I don't buy capacitors from China. Well, I have done. But strangely enough, I had one of these Chinese, they're supposed to be quite good, the green and gold ones, low ESR. I had one of those that had a popped top on it. A domed top, brand new. Weird. Tim Brooke Taylor. Ah, yeah. H. Neil, how you doing? Will the mod on the 2001Ds include the static protection diodes? Yes, Alex, if they haven't already got them. It depends which serial number you've got, because some of the later ones had it as standard, but I'll be doing the anti-static mod with an SMD package. I wanted to see how much you wanted to do to them, Alex. How original you wanted to keep them, so I can put the narrower filter in the AM wide position. I can do the backlight, but I've got white, green, or orange now on the backlight, or you can just leave it as is. I could stick a bigger resistor in and dull down the green a bit, because it is pretty in your face. So yeah, you'll have to let me know how much you want me to do on it, really. Dab, Anthony. How you doing, James? Mr. JFix, welcome in, mate. Good to see you. The fakes are clones of fakes. I'll tell you what, it's a bloody nightmare. The problem is I cannot trust. I've had stuff from Little Diode before, and Les will confirm this. We had some RF transistors from Little Diode once, and they were fake. So places like Little Diode are buying their stuff from China, so you put them on a tester and they test okay, but if you don't look at the pinout on them, I mean, they're just cheap rubbish transistors that have been re-etched with a different number on them. Yeah, it's a shame, isn't it? Hey, Multi, Molt, Mal, how you doing, mate? Thank you very much. Yeah, to be fair, Nick, I would pay that to get this thing going, but again, I'm not convinced that it's genuine new old stock. I'm just not convinced. I'd need to get someone that specifically sells new old stock and doesn't buy in stuff from China, you know. It was a 2SC871 and a Pioneer amp from the 70s. What modern equivalent alternative do you recommend for a PP9 battery? Crack him open, James, and stick a battery holder in it, or we've done all sorts of for PP9s. There's all sorts. I've got some ones that they've been made up with these are ones that are made up with lithium cells in them. So they've got little covers on them and there's lithium cells inside them. And a battery management thingy-jiggy. These were done for me by Simon's World. We did a lot of work on these things, so that's got 4 of those in it in a 3D printed battery pack. Now there's a chap on eBay that sells those. I'll get back in the thing now. Let's put that back later. But yeah, we did a lot of experimenting making up these battery packs. So yeah, there's a chap on eBay that sells battery packs that you can put AAs in. That is your best bet if you want it to look nice. You just charge them up with a 8.4 volt, is it? 8.4 volt, 1500 milliamp charger. Brick. But yeah, the easiest way is to just crack them open. If you just want to make one work, crack it open and put a 6-cell holder in it. We've got one that's cracked open here. Most of mine are converted now. Got an empty one. Yeah, there we go. This is your best bet, is get yourself some old ones, if you've got any. If you give the top a good hammering, it'll come off. And all you've got to do then is stick a battery holder in. I mean, this is 4 cells, take rechargeables, but a 6 cell of that will give you your 9 volts. You just got to connect a PP3 battery holder to the wires and your job done, mate. That's the easiest way. If you've got an old one that's dead, never throw your old PP9s away. Always keep them to repurpose. Yeah, I mean, that's just one issue we had, Andrew. I can't remember what transistors it was now, but I know we used some of mine in the end. So you got a module for your ICOM 3210 from them. It didn't work. It was a fake. No worries, Alex. Your Hacker Sovereign 2. Very nice, James. I think it's 2 in series and 2 in parallel or something weird. You'll have to look back at some of my old videos, James. I think we've done it to death years ago. I'm not sure which videos it's in now. That's the old peculiar gone in. So anyway, that's my dilemma. That's the transistors I need. So if anybody's got any of those, that would be great. And you can always get hold of me on Facebook or email me. My email is on YouTube as well, if you click on it. Yeah, Cricklewood does have some decent bits, Andrew. I've used Cricklewood quite a bit for bits and pieces. JP, Aussie JP. Yeah, could give Burkett's a ring. They haven't got an online shop, have they? But Nick's saying 2 in series would be 8.4 volts fully charged. I think that's what these are, 8.4. Oh, you know that shop, do you, James? I've got a receipt here from them from years and years ago when I bought some AF117s from them. Back when I first started doing this sort of stuff. I didn't really know much about the tin whisker thing. I just thought because I got some dodgy transistors, I'd just replace them with the same ones. Of course, I mean, to be fair though, they were okay, the ones that I had from them. They didn't have any shorts on them, but yeah. Yeah, you need to get hold of Simon from Simon's World, James. He's a chap that put all these power packs and that together and worked out the charging thing for him. But if you look back through my videos, I'm sure somewhere I went into great detail. I actually made some battery packs myself with a battery management board. The other thing I didn't get was the little welder to weld the nickel strips on the top. It's pretty scary shorting them things out though, isn't it? Yeah, it's there was another one that had an online shop that's long gone as well. They were really good. It's a real weird site to navigate. It was an absolute headache to try and find out if they had stuff, but I can't remember what they were called now. Anyway, shall we have a look at the radio for today? Let's have a look. So I've got some paperwork. I got this from, and this is valveradio.co.uk, but I have got the one off of the disc from the British Vintage Wireless Society. So yeah, interesting radio. This basically the IF is done with this TAD100 IC here. And it's got how many? It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 transistors in it. It's a bit of a beast, isn't it? Now I have actually got an original one here somewhere because I seen somebody advertised on eBay one day. I thought, well, you know, I'll get some of those. Bound to need them. Of course, you never need them. I've never yet had one that's gone. I've never ever had one that's gone, and I've done a few of these. Where are they? Ah, there they are. Yeah, I've done a few of these. Is that them there? No. No. Now they're a big old beastie for an IC if you compare them to today's ICs, but let's stick them underneath the overhead camera for you. Oh, hello. Yeah, that's a bit dark, isn't it? Why is that so dark? So yeah, there you are. Some original TAD 100s. In fact, there's one that's slightly different there, isn't there? Probably a Chinese one. It's difficult to read the writing on them, but yeah. I've got some more here that are sealed as well. All sorts of weird and wonderful ICs in here. So I've got a couple more there. So I've got a few if I ever need them, but as I say, I've never had one go yet. So now I've said that, this won't work, will it? It'll be knackered and I'll need to put an IC in it. Gavin, how you doing, mate? Makes you think of the goodies, Cricklewood, does it? Cheers, Andrew. Thanks for dropping in, mate. You're supposed to be working, Gavin. So, yeah. This is 1968, by the way. They made them from 68 to 71, I think. 71, 72. As usual, we've got a few electrolytics in there that'll probably need to come out, but there's one real strange little thing in it, and that's this IF filter. Now, it says here that it says an outstanding feature of the RIC.1 is the incorporation of an integrated circuit device, a small capsule containing a microcircuit of 11 transistors, 11 resistors and a diode. The familiar IF amplifier has disappeared and the required degree of selectivity is achieved by means of a crystal filter, which interesting. So let's get the schematic up for you. So it says it here. Required degree of selectivity is achieved by means of a crystal filter. So this is the IF filter. And you can see there we have a crystal in there. Now I didn't realise this had a crystal in it, but it's a weird little shaped thing. I don't know if it's got a picture of it here. Yeah, you can see it there. So it just looks like a normal IF cam, but it's quite a bit bigger. And inside it there is a crystal. I don't know what the crystal is in there. It doesn't give it as a separate thing. I mean, it would be nice to take it apart and have a look inside, really, as a bit of an experiment, but yeah. And this is the TAD 100. Gives you your pins, and then in this diagram you've got all these like pin outs here. Has it got voltages? Yeah, so we've got the voltages for the TAD 100. So if you have got a problem and you check these voltages, if these voltages are out, then you could have a dodgy one. I don't know if this radio works. I've just literally pulled it out of the cupboard. So the RF stage looks the same. I take it this is our output from our IF comes into here, then pins 4, 5 and 6. So 4, 5 is the output from these transistors, and where's 6? That's the output from that one. Pin 8, that looks like the AGC. Yeah, interesting bit of kit. So it's a bit unusual. It's not unusual, you know. So this is from December 1968. This was printed trader service sheet. So PP9 or equivalent. So there's a standard sort of output stage, driver and 2 finals. There's got to be a little bit of extra amplification going on in here, isn't there, as well? So normally you'd have probably another at least 1 or 2 transistors in the output stage, but they're missing as well. Yeah, interesting. It says there's a diode in here, but I'm not seeing that on that diagram. Circuit alignment. Signal generator, 30%, 400 kilocycles. There literally is very little. In fact, it doesn't give an IF. So it says the IF filter module 1175 is a bandpass unit containing a ceramic resonator. Oh, the nominal frequency of the resonator is 470 kilohertz. This module establishes the bandwidth of the IF amplifier. It's strange because obviously we've got some adjustment on the LP1175, but it doesn't give any IF adjustments, does it? I don't think, unless I'm not seeing it. You'll have bit temperatures below 245 degrees C. God, that's good. Maximum soldering time less than 10 seconds. It tells you about how to solder it there. Amazing. Yeah. See, it's important that the transformer cores are not disturbed unless suitable display equipment is available to ensure a symmetrical response curve. So they're not actually giving you the information to do that. I mean, it sounds to me like that's got to be done with a sweep generator. Might be one for Bob's spectrum analyzer. Yeah. So you can telephone Mosley 7474, like, if you want to get hold of Roberts. This is old, isn't it? Okay. Now, I did search about for more service information on this, and there's nothing online at all, but I pulled out the radio and television servicing book for the 1969 and 1970 models. Yeah, and in here we have the Roberts RIC.1, and it's different. It's a little bit different. There's a bit more information on the, well, it's just laid out differently, because what they've done on their schematic is they've actually shown you all the components in the module in circuit in here, which is a bit confusing, to be fair, because basically any transistor that's not marked is inside the module. So like these two, they're in the module, and you've got pin 6 marked on that, pin 7, these two in the module. Pins 4 and 5. So yeah, a little bit different layout, but I don't know if they got any information on. No, it's just RF alignment. Alignment IF have been accurately aligned to the ceramic resonator frequency, and no attempt should be made to realign them unless suitable display equipment is available to ensure a symmetrical response curve. So they're saying the same thing. So yeah, if you've got one of those, another thing for your bookcase, Andrew, if you can get yourself a collection of these, I've got the full set of these. You can pick them up for about $5 each usually. Just get one every so often, but there's a lot of information in these books, a lot on everything. You know, all the radios and televisions from back from the 50s up to the sort of like mid 80s, I think they ran till. So yeah, colour television servicing data, tape recorder servicing data, and television servicing data, and radio servicing data. It's even got some of the boom boxes and that in these, so they're well worth getting hold of. So I'm going to just use this one for now because it's confusing going between two different ones, but I just thought I'd show you that that's available. Right, it's a very, very nice radio. I love the display on these. I mean, look at that for a display. That's cracking, and it's a direct drive, no dial cord on this. Direct drive, really nice colouring, red and the green. The red, green and blue ones all had leather cloth sides. The black ones have got timber sides on them. This one, the handle's still okay, which is absolutely unreal because it's not many you can still got the handle on. So yeah, all the original knobs. I know Tim's going to be jealous of my knobs, but yeah, it's cracking layout on it. It's got the badge missing off the front, which is a bit of a shame, but I've got one of the last badges that Roberts ever sold. They actually made these up until a while ago, so I've got a brand new Roberts badge. The only problem is the new ones. Oh, that one does fit. They're a little bit tight in the holes, so you've got to enlarge the holes a little bit to get them to fit. But then you get your Roberts badge. So yeah, got to make the holes slightly bigger, save it bending it. So that can be done, not a problem. I mean, there must be a market to 3D print these things. The problem is how do you get the silver lettering on there? You know, we've tried all sorts to try and replicate that. Basically, you must have to spray graphite or something onto it, and then actually physically chrome the thing. I don't know. Still don't know how they do that chroming, but I wish we could replicate it. It'd be nice. The chrome pens are pretty good, but nothing is as good as the plastic chroming. Maybe someone with a laser cutter could cut one of those out of a bit of plastic that's been chromed already. It's a cracking dial, isn't it? Yeah, it was Roberts RIC. That was the thing. It's a RIC.1, the first one to have an IC in it from Roberts. You won't get them anymore, Rob. That's the last of the last. I tried getting some more from Roberts, but they haven't got any. I had the last scroll badges. I don't know if they still do the scroll badges, because they still use those on their newer ones. But the block lettering ones they don't use anymore. You can see the grill's got a bit of a dink in it. These can be really difficult to get out. You can get it better with an iron. I know Mr. Man Cave Workshop was a bit of an expert on that. He actually gave me a block of wood to do it with, but I don't know what I've done with it. Yeah, you can use an iron. It needs heat to bend it back. What else can we say? There's not really a lot on these. The volume is separate to the on-off switch. You've got a headphone socket on this side, and you've got an aerial socket there, which is like your car aerial. So this is designed to sit on the parcel shelf or something. The little under dash shelf on your Ford Anglias and that, I expect. what was about in 1968? The Ford Capris, Ford Escorts, wasn't it, back then? Escort Mark 1s, Capri Mark 1s. 68. In fact, Capri Mark 2? No, not quite, I don't think, but... Right, underneath then we've got the old turntable. Not as good as the Hacker ones. I think it's just plastic. But interestingly, they've gone to the trouble of putting leather cloth on the bottom as well. I don't know why. So if we pull it off, we can see we've got all the old Phillips blue caps still in there. We've got these horrible resistors, which have got the metal end caps on them. PP9 battery. It doesn't look like this one's been messed with, has it, or hasn't it? It might have been. I've not been in this one, I don't think, myself. Shall we hook it up and see what happens? See if there's any fire comes out of it. We release the smoke. Mark 1 Cortina, human imp. Yeah, it's almost dipped because the badge. Let me get it underneath the overhead camera for you, if I can find it. Yeah, so the badge has really chromed, but it's got a black backing, so it sort of makes it three-dimensional. So it's almost like it's just been sort of like dipped. Sort of dipped in it. Actually, I think it'd be pretty easy to 3D print that. You'd need to get the font and extrude it, then underline it. But yeah, I should have bought more of these at the time, but I just bought like a couple and I've used them. I expect China could replicate it, couldn't they? PCBWay or someone like that, potentially. Right, do we think this is going to work then? Do we think this is going to work? Where's me clip leads? Where's my leads gone? Never find me leads. I need them. We've got Derek's transmitter hanging off the bench here. Incidentally, the Decca went back to its owner beginning of this week, just gone. She's absolutely over the moon with it. So, yeah, she sent me a very nice email thanking me for what I'd done to it. And those of you that are on Patreon, I couldn't get it to work on channel membership for some reason this week. Channel membership's playing up on my phone at the moment, but I will post it on there. Let me just hook this up. 9 volts. Let's get the current limit down. Let's hook her up. What do you think then? Will he or won't he work? So Bob said telescope mirrors are re-illuminized using vacuum chambers. A number of firms still offer the service. Maybe 3D print a load of badges and get a firm to coat them. Is that a special area used for medium wave and long wave, or can you use the car FM ones? You just used to plug it into the car. It's a good question, Andrew, to be fair, because I don't know if aerials changed over the years. Did older cars have aerials that only worked on medium wave and long wave? Good question. I don't know the answer to that. All I know is car aerials were just telescopic things that you pulled out. A bit like a telescopic aerial, and you know, they go in there. The plug is, I can't remember what they call it now, but it's I've got some over here. It's got a specific name. I'm sure one of you guys here will be able to tell us what it is. It's not Belden, is it? Is it that one? Yeah. That's roughly, that should fit, but it's a bit of a tight fit. So basically that sort of plug, you can still buy these plugs. That should fit in there, but it's a bit tight. It looks like it's a smaller pin on the older ones. So yeah, if you just go and buy a cheap car aerial, it still comes with that connector on the end of it. I thought I did have one here somewhere. Yeah, I thought I had one somewhere, but I would have thought that you would have had to have a loading cord or something on the aerial, but then it was, I think it was coupled into the ferrite rod anyway. What does the thingy pop say? It's usually coupled in via a coil on the aerial. So if you look at this radio, for example, you've got L3 and 5, which is probably the long wave coil. You've got another one, L1, you've got L4 and L2. So one of these probably couples the ferrite rod to a car aerial, I expect. Yeah, here we go. It's L1. So L1 couples the car aerial in. So it should work. I don't suppose there's any real difference in the aerials. So this one here is what couples the car aerial in. So that would be coupled into the car aerial socket inside. We'll have a look at that in a minute. It's usually there's nothing. There's no no capacitor or anything. It's just straight on it. No messing. No resistor, no capacitor, nothing. Straight on. It's not electrically connected to anything anyway. It's only inductive, isn't it? Interesting. Wire coat hanger. I remember the old coat hanger ones. Benji, I've done that many times. So high impedance coax, what, 75 ohm, Nick? TV coax? Right, let's check the volume level. Let's crack it on then. Let's try it on the good old BBC Radio 4 on long wave.
You really let yourself go.
We have done our utmost to keep her healthy, my lord, I swear.
I have business with this lady. Make sure we're not disturbed.
Yes, my lord.
There you are, a rare glimpse at Radio 4.
On that day, the Abbé carries out certain rituals in my presence.
So you can see it's around about 1,500 meters.
It is always uplifting to see men of God at their devotion.
I have waited in the hands.
Has it really been that long?
I could have produced a baby in that time.
So we've got a dirty tuning cap.
With pious methods up to interest in fornication.
Such men do not.
I'm constantly disappointed by the failure of my fellows to live up to my... France never rest.
Dirty volume. It's working, huh? Okay, it is working. It is picking stuff up. It's drawing 30 milliamps. Maybe a little bit high. Possibly, is there a capacitor across the power supply? Let's have a look. Let's have a little looky. Is there a capacitor across the power supply? Well, C19 sort of is. It's got a couple resistors to go through though. C14 and 15 are definitely to ground from the positive. So C14 and 15 are to... I don't know why they haven't drawn that in. Is it a different ground? Don't think so. C11 is through the volume pot, so that's not going to be too much of an issue. Yeah, C14, 15 and 19 are definite. C17, that's in the audio stage. Probably not a problem. Anything back here? C1, that's AGC, isn't it? Yeah, C14 and 15 maybe maybe a little bit dodgy, but you know. So we've definitely got a tuning gang is dirty and potentially shorting. It's going to be, is it CV1 and CV6 is our tuning gang. Seems the same on long wave and medium wave, so it yeah, okay. Let's remove it from its case. So just 2 screws hold this thing in. You've basically got these 2 bits of wood, one this side and one this side, that are pushed up against the top here, and that's what's holding the chassis in. Not a lot. Number 1 Phillips. There goes the Phillips on the floor. Everything falls on the floor. So first one coming out. 1. I think that one is just literally snapped off because it's rusted. Yes, it has. That's great. So that one's rusted off. So we need to drill another hole and put another screw in there. So I believe we're going to have to take the speaker out to get this one out, aren't we? Looks like it. Okay, you can keep them. No, does that come out or not? And we've got to take this off. I've now got all the nuts stored conveniently in the nut spinner. Sure that comes out. Yes, there we are. Out comes the speaker, which is in good condition, although a bit dusty. And then our chassis should come out still attached to the speaker. There we are. Not a lot to that, is there? Not a lot to that. Okay. So, is that tuning cap actually touching it or not? That is the question. Let's have a little look under the microscope. Microscope. Scopage. It would help if I turned the light on the microscope, wouldn't it? Well, it doesn't look to me like any of those are touching. Where's me? Doesn't look to me like any of those are touching. Let's just turn it around. No, so what I suspect it is this little so-and-so here, this little rod. So if you can see the a lot of people mess about with the tuning cap when they don't need to, because what happens is this little bar here grounds the shaft to the body. So if that's tarnished, which this is, or got any muck on it, then it can't ground it very well. So yeah, you can see how tarnished that is, look. Just me scraping it with the tweezers. So that's the problem. That's why we've got that. And you can see the grease in there is very, very dry. Nasty. Like boogers. It's like boogers. So yeah, that's why we've got a crackling tuning. It's just this bar. So we're going to need to try and clean that a bit. It's soldered on, so it's not really very easy to get on and off. But it could be taken off. What's our rubbers like? Hard as rock. Not too bad, but yeah. Rubbers need doing. Yeah, they've gone brittle. What else have we got then? Let's have a look at our TAD 100, shall we? In circuit. There he is. If I can get it to focus. There she is. There she blows. £13, cheap back in the day, wasn't it? And this is our weird little IF can. So what you don't want to see is screwdriver marks in these things. Has that been messed with? maybe when they aligned it in the factory first of all. So yeah, these little resistors are not great because the end caps break off of these. Where are we? Yeah, the end caps come off of those, so you need to check all these just to make sure that the end caps are still attached, which they are. Is that one? Yeah. So that's a strange OC45, but it's got like a glass top on it. Bit strange. This is our output pair. Another wafer switch, we love those. From our Operation Bush. But that's a ceramic one, which is quite nice. That looks pretty ropey as well, doesn't it? That could do with a bit of a clean up, couldn't it? Oh dear, that is manky. Yeah, that's had some use, that, hasn't it? Is that a groove in there? Or is it just dirty? No, it's not a groove. It looks like a groove, but it's not. It's just old grease or something on it. So that'll need cleaning. This, I take it's our headphone socket. It's got a little switch in it. And our aerial socket is over here. In fact, let's switch over to the overhead camera because we're a bit close in there, aren't we? We are a bit close in. So yeah, there's our aerial lead, aerial socket even. And you can see it's connected into this coil here. So this is the coupling coil for the car aerial. So it doesn't really matter, does it, what length it is? It should couple in okay. So that's our long wave coil. Long wave one is always the denser coil because it's a lower frequency, so it needs more wire. There's our medium wave coil. So we've got all these Phillips caps. Not many in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. There's not one hanging around on the back of the board, is there? Just 5 caps. So what we can do is just lift legs of those and just see what they're like. And as I say, they're weird sizes as well. It's a 400 microfarads. They don't make 400s anymore. It's 330 or 470 in it. That's a 640. These will probably be 22 or 2.2, something like that. Maybe a 10s. But yeah, that's our weird little IF core. And if you look at in the top, it's virtually the same as the old Mullard modules. It's exactly the same plastic insert as the modules. But it'd be interesting to get the can off of that and have a look at the ceramic resonator inside. So yeah, it looks like we've got to change the rubbers on the tuning gang, clean up that that shorting wire, and check the caps really. I mean, I could change them, to be fair. I suppose 68. I don't know if this is a 1968. I don't know if there's any way we can tell. I don't know if there's any date codes on anything. There's not usually any date codes on these caps. Caps. So no, not really any way of telling. There's a little diode in there. Is that germanium? Possibly. There's a little, looks like a germanium diode in there. That's the AM detector, I suspect. It does say that there's a diode inside that, but I couldn't see one on the diagram. And we've got our tropical fish caps, Mullard tropical fishers. They look okay, they're not broken. Even when they're broken, they do seem to be okay. Some of them are bad, but these look fine. Right, let's get going then. Let's get some stuff done, shall we? Let's get stuff done. Let's catch up with the chat a minute. Derek, how you doing, mate? Late today? Derek Taffman's there. Blake walking the dog. Mick Blockley, welcome. A Motorola, that's it, Motorola plug. Yeah, you're dead right, Mick. Thanks for that. I knew it had a name. Motorola plug. Was higher than 75. Danish, how are you, mate? 6 weeks left, yeah. You'd like to revise your prediction, Joe? What was the prediction? Alright, that it wouldn't work. Just needs the dust. 100 ohms, Joe, you think? It's a fair lumpy speaker, isn't it? And it's one of the things that some of these old radios had that the new ones haven't. Mind you, the new ones have got better suspension, haven't they? These are literally just paper. The size of them makes them nice, but I think the rubber stuff in the new ones are good. I don't know, Rob. I don't know. It's 5 ohm. What's? You'll have to look in the service manual, Rob. What's Joe saying? Third and second from the right on the left bank. Clean that rod. Silver plated tarnished. You can take the bar off and clean it. Ball bearings, yeah. It could do. I could stick it all in the ultrasonic cleaner, really. Yeah, Maddie's off out for a walk, as you can hear. A 50% chance, yeah. Yeah, looking at it under a microscope, the plates aren't touching, so. I know, it is strange, Basin. Right, okay, let's get this thing apart then. So you need to pull the knobs off. Denobbage. Nice little gaskets underneath as well, look. Nice touch. Let's get a little pot for these bits. I've got a pot there that I've tipped everything out of accidentally. Got this here that's got the thing stuck inside it. They don't look like they want to come out anytime soon. Don't want to come out of there at all. Oh, there we are. Is that all of them? Yep. Right, yes, we've got a little felt discs in there, which is very nice. I did mean to get myself some punches to make these. I've got a punch that'll do the centre hole, but not big enough to do the outer ones. That should just lift off of there. It's stuck on with this damn tape though, isn't it? Gonna have to get it off to get the grommets done. Could be a 2-beer stream, this one, you know. Look out. 2-beer stream incoming. Aston, how you doing, mate? Pretty reliable yet? Okay. Let's take a couple little pictures. Sure, we could work it out, but it's easy to just take a picture. So I'm just going to pull these wires off. Is that actually part of that wire? Don't want to unsolder that. I might have to go in big. Stick the big tip on. Let's go in with the big tip. Let's go up 10 degrees, let's go to 360, let's push the boat out. It'll come off now. Yeah, so they've just bared the wire up. Just taking the headphone socket wires off. There we are. I just took that one off. The problem we got is this tape holding this down here. Let's see if I can just run a blade just down through there a minute. Come on, you know you want to. What I don't want to do is damage it at all. Now there was a plastic gap opener here. Okay, doesn't like that, does it? Because we got solder still on there. So we're going to have to wick away, wick away. So the excess. Come on. Let it go. What's hanging on there still? Got it. Right. This could do with a clean-up as well. So it's held on by the top piece. Right, now where is my adjustable spanner gone? No doubt it's fallen down here somewhere. Yeah. Bit of a game, isn't it, just to change the things. This center pin's pointer's got to come off. That's just a push fit. It says should be just a push fit. Yep. And this one. Trying to be very careful not to scratch the face plate. So we do not want to damage that because that's a very nice bit of kit. There we are. A bit dusty, but you can't use anything on that. Literally just a wipe over with a damp cloth. Here's our offending grommets. There's absolutely no flex whatsoever in those. So the easiest way to get those off is just cut them off. A little bit of flex in them, the top part. So, I mean, this radio should, once we've messed with it, go on for many years to come. Let's see if we can desolder that. So I'm going to have to get that speaker out of the way because that's going to get damaged. Keep bashing about like that. Okay. So we've got a locking washer for that one now. Which side did that go? Had to go that side. Looks like it's a sealed pot as well, that. You can't physically get in there. But there is a little hole in the back there which I reckon we could get into. Spray some stuff in. Couple little rivets there, we might be able to get some in. Right, let's get rid of these grommets. Got better access to the wafer switch as well now. Which has shadow. What? No, it hasn't. Spat a wire off then. Yeah, we've got a little bit better access to the wafer switch, but might be able to just take the wafer off and clean the other side of it. And the grease has all gone hard in the switch as well. Right, okay, so we could potentially get that off. The problem is, shall we just take that off? Let's do it, because I've not done one before. I've never bothered taking the whole bar off before, but shall we just do it? It's going to be a job to solder it back on though, because it needs to be under tension. I'm asking for trouble doing that, really. Let's take a picture of it. Let's get it apart. Let's take it out. Like I say, I could go down and stick it in my ultrasonic, but that would take sort of 20 minutes, and also be a bit of a pain. Doing. There she is. There she blows. So I could desolder this. I don't know if that goes through a hole or anything. I can't see anything there. That doesn't really unclip from there, not without bending it, so it looks like it's tensioned and then soldered. I think I'm going to Am I going to take this and put it in the tank? I'm still debating. I mean, that bit there is a bit gummed up as well. What should we do? Should we take that wire off? Should we desolder that and go for it? What do you think? Desolder it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's certainly is clipped in there. Look, you can see it's clipped there, but it's bent around, so clearly it sort of sits in there. They must have to tension that with a screwdriver or something and then solder it back on. So let's just put that on there. Let's get my soldering iron up to temperature. I'll tell you what, it takes a bit of heat in this. I'm going to have to bump that up higher. Let's go up to 390. And we go up into that sort of temperature. Put a little bit of solder on the end. Oh, I think it's clipped there as well, you know. I think it's clipped on there as well. Let's sucker off. Let's get the sucker on it. Let's pump him up to number 3, which is 450. So it must be clipped in there as well. Let's wait for the solder sucker to get up to temperature. Come on, Mr. Light, go out. There we go. Cool. So it looks like it's double bent. It's bent this side and the other. Wow, this is sucking the heat right out of this. Let's max it. Let's max it out. Put a bit of fresh solder in there as well. much alike. Yeah, those bits come off. Yeah, that comes off that wire, no problem. That'll come off, easy. Hey, you don't want to come off, I can tell you. Right, let's get some wick in there. Tell you what, that doesn't really want to come off, does it? Yes, though, there she goes. There she goes. That is tarnished. That's not bad. So basically that end clips round, that just sits in the groove on the other side, and then you just solder it in to fix it. That's easy. Nice. You don't know till you try these things, do you? Right, let's get a Scotch pad on that, I think. We'll clean this up as well, because that's ground in it. Doesn't feel like a bit of spring wire, really. It just feels like normal wire. Oh. That's that cleaned up. We're going to need to clean the shaft up a little bit. So I think what we'll do to get rid of the oil to start with, we'll squirt a bit of WD in it. Get rid of the old grease. Still pretty warm, this. A little bit in this slow motion dry bit. Little bit ground. Nice. Yuck. WD-40 all over my fingers now. Hey Jess, how you doing, mate? So, pick out some of this old grease. To be fair, most of that's washed through now. Right, so we need to just make sure that shaft is really clean. I've got WD on it at the moment, which will clean it, but I've got something a bit better in there. Where's me? I'm looking for the flat swabs. As usual, I've got to take everything off to get stuff. And then everything falls down, as you can see. Don't know why I've got them in there, to be honest, but so I'm going to use one of these. Bit of isopropyl on it. Okay. Yeah, bearing's totally cleaned out now. Okay, clean the WD off of that, give that a squirt, make sure it's spotlessly clean. And you see how clean that is now compared to how it was. It was black before. It's got grease on my Scotch pad now. So this went through there. Come on. Got to get our little wire back in the hole. There we are. I've tipped all my cocktail sticks out. Nothing new there. And I've just tipped them out again. Great. Cocktail sticks, another very, very convenient tool to have on the bench. I'll catch up with the chat in a second. Let me just solder this back on. And it's come undone again. There we go, that's better. Actually, that's cool. You need a pretty hefty soldering iron for that, I can tell you. I could have brought the big guns out. I've got a massive soldering iron, but that's good enough. Right, what are all my cotton buds then? Anybody seen them? Anybody seen the cotton buds? Transformer dangling from the top now. Sculptroid, how you doing, mate? You just got ATS Mini V4B. Perfect on FM, lot of depth on 30 meters. Right, and on that spindle, I'm going to put a little bit of D100. And that should be that. Sorted. Just desolder the tags. Then we're going to put some more grommets in. Turn her up. She wants more heat. I've lost my solder as well. Underneath there. better. Right, that's good to go back in. And I've knocked my cocktail sticks over again. Let's put the lid on those. I won't knock them over then, will I? Right, how are we doing in the chat? Let's just catch. You sent me an email, Alex. Brilliant, thank you. Right. $15, 19 likes, thank you, Anthony. Exactly, you've got to go for it, Bob, haven't you? Otherwise you never know, do you? It could be silver plated. It's strange it's tarnished and not rusted, you know. If it was steel it would have rusted, wouldn't it? Yeah, the problem with dab stuff is you can't get the bits for it, Jess. There's no schematics available for it, so it's a pain in the backside. So I can't see many dab radios being repaired in the future. It's purple. It's fine. I've not been too aggressive with it. Let's do a bit of a tidy up. Let's find some grommets next then. Let's find some grommets. Now in the grommet box is down here. I wonder if I've got the right ones. Three of those, I believe, sir. Come on. Grommets can be a pain in the ass to get on. This one's not failing to be a pain. It's not even gone through. Be careful, I don't want to break the ferrite rod. Sure, these are the ones I normally use. But they are proven to be a pain in the backside. Right, okay. They're going to go in there. Yeah, they're definitely right. I wonder if it's easier to push them in from the bottom. Maybe, maybe not. Come on, go in there. Are they too big? I don't think they are. Definitely the right size hole. They need to be fairly substantial, but they are not going in there. Try these. Ooh. I think these might be too small though. God, I'm making a pig's ear of this, aren't I? Grommets should go in easy. Can someone not invent a grommet insertion tool, please? Yeah. I don't think that's substantial enough. I mean, it's gone in, but it's got to be those other ones. It's got to be these, unfortunately. It might have to be the other ones. These just seem too tough to go in there. But these are definitely the ones that I bought from RS or Farnell for these radios. It's the ones I put in the bush the other day. So they should, in theory, go in, but they bloody don't want to. No, it's going to have to be the other ones. Let me just check the other ones that are in there. I've got 3 different types in here. I don't think the screw will go through those. It's all down to the screw size, really. Oh well. Yeah, they're a bit more substantial. Let's put those in. Really? You gonna do this, are you? I hate grommets. I hate grommets, I hate grommets. Yay, got one in. Right, so we're going with option 3 now. I probably could have got those other ones in if I had an hour to spare, you know. Yay! What a pain in the backside. Right, let's put these back. Before they all fall out all over the bench, you know what happens then. Right, let's solder the wires back on here a minute. It's going to be easier said than done as well. Let's get these out of the way. These need to be there. Right, the hardest wire to solder on is going to be the ground wire. So it went that way around, didn't it? Right, now I've got to work out which wire goes which there. So I've got my pictures for that. So we've got brown at the front and then grey at the rear. Just solder one at a time because that's going to come out as soon as I try starting to solder that, isn't it? Nice. Right. What you do find as well is when those rubbers go, what am I trying to say? The pointer stop rubbing on the dial. You'll ruin your dial. So they do need doing. very little clearance now. I need to back them off a little bit. Otherwise the veins of the tuning cap will touch it. There we go. Okay, that's that done. So some deoxid in of the switches. I'm going to need to see if I can clean them up first, really. That's the waveband switch. Oh, it's frozen for some reason. No, no inserts in it. Anthony, you think there would be, wouldn't you? But nope, nothing. Just let me better. So we'll see if I can clean some of the muck off of this switch. God, it's filthy. Better, right. Contacts down this side. There's only two, there's one there. And, oh no, three, there's two there. I'm going to squirt a bit of grease in there. Better. Okay. Okay. Let's get some fader lube into that one. Oh yes, it's definitely gone in there. Okay, we need to give this one a wipe off. I notice also that it got bent up a little bit there when I pulled that. Thing out. Better. Right. And literally we just need this damp cloth very quickly across that. No chemicals. I'm just going to get a bit of water from the toilet a minute. Won't be a sec. Ooh. Poor old knee. Coming back. That's looking nice. Let's just touch a couple bits up with cotton bud. It's not to go onto the writing. Right, let's give it a quick dry off. There we are. Good as new. Engaged in this slot. is. I've got grease or something on it now. Better. Right. There. Scary. Leave the pointer for the minute. Don't let me put the top on without putting the pointer on with. I've done that loads of times recently. Alright, let's have a look at this dial glass. Got a bit of corrosion around here. What you won't do is get that out without damaging it. Did have some replacement ones somewhere. Yeah, there. I don't think I've got that size. No. The reason I'm querying it is because I've got a bit of corrosion around there. I might have to see if I can get my little Dremel on that. Give that a little bit of a spruce up. Looks like it's brass. Now I've got to do this one. Better. Right, okay. Let's give this a wipe over and see what's underneath the grime. See how scratched it is. I might have to just give us a little bit of a clean up. That's actually not bad. Not a lot of scratching on that at all. Very good. Just dirty. Oh, little paint fleck. Nothing new there, is there? Right, let's give that a clean off with the plastic polish. I think that'll do for that. Drill and fill. Glad I've taken the burr out of the Dremel. Yeah. Yeah, that's still quite aggressive, but not as aggressive. Do with a bit more polishing up that one there, actually. There's the wet bit there. That's pretty good. I mean, you can see there's a little tiny bit of scratching on it, but once that's back on there, it's going to look like brand new, I think. Big improvement. Right, let's put the dial pointer on the ground before we do anything else. So where are we at the moment? We are all the way over to the left. I'll try and center the pointer slightly off the scale on both sides. That'll do. Let's make sure we're fully meshed. I think I've just knocked it again, didn't I? No, I think we're okay. Yeah, I did knock it again. That's better. Right. Let's get the top plate on quick before I knock it again. I do want to... How am I going to clean that up? do anything more with that without damaging the top. Tell you what, that is a tight fit through there, you know. Don't know why. Okay. I think I know why. It's got to go over that way. It's not quite lined up the face. Tell you what, that's a very fine line, isn't it? Let's try that again. Gotcha. Damn little bit of dirt got in there. Come on. Okay, no, it doesn't like that one now. What's going on with this? What is going on with this? It's because this bit was moving around when I was cleaning it, you see. put some of this back together quick before it decides to move again. Okay, this side, took some pictures of that. See if we got green on the outside. Just putting it back together, people. How are we all doing? Jim, how are you, mate? Yeah. Well, it wasn't really anything to repair. It was just servicing, really. But when you've got it this far apart, you might as well... give it half a chance, haven't you? Right. How are we doing for time? What are we on? 5 o'clock. Let's have a quick look and make sure we've sorted those issues a minute. Let's get that speaker back up. Are we on, off? Where are we? So let's have a look, see if we've cured our problems. Yep.
Tips for relaxation. I was to read the caterpillar to my goddaughter.
No scratching there.
For Tuesday and Wednesday nights on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds.
BBC News at 5 o'clock. The Culture Secretary Lisa Namby says it will be a personal decision for the Prime Minister about whether to contest a possible Labour election as his rivals begin to set out their plans to change the country.
Sorted. Right. Let's have a look at these capacitors then. So the problems that we had with all the scratching and that have all gone. It's sorted. It's pretty good. H new, isn't it? Chat is frozen. Just nobody typing anything. Okay, so let's get leave them off for a minute. Let's get the bench cleared up again. Let's have a look at the capacitors. So what I think I'll do with the caps is I'll pull the first two, because I still think it's drawn a little bit too much current. Especially when I turn it up, it's starting to rattle the current limiter. So I think we've got some problems with the amplifier caps, but we'll see. So the first two that I was going to look at were the two that were across the thing, which is C14, C15, which is these two down here, these 400 microfarad ones. So let's get Sucky Sucker on. Sucker Suckery. And get it done. Pull a couple out and see what they say. See what they read even. They don't talk. At least I don't think they talk. Right, good. We're getting there. It's a bit tidier now. Right. That's the easiest way to pull these. Okay. So we have a problem in that the desoldering tip is too small. So somewhere here I've got the new ones that I bought, and you'd think they'd be right to hand, wouldn't you? But again, I've put them somewhere really safe, and I can sort of remember putting them in. Here we go. So I bought these last week. I've got a long reach one, which I believe is 1.3 mil, but this is the one that we want, 1.6. So that's what we're going in with. So now I've got to find my kit box that this came in, because the thing for removing the Sucky Sucker front end is in that box. Where the hell has that gone then? Ah, there it is. Right. Stays hot for a long time, this. Okay, so if I tip that out to there, I've got a... Let's put that down there for a second. Drop that one in there. First time I've ever done a tip on this. Well, that was easy. That's fizzing away now on there. Hot. Leave that there for a minute. Right. Turn that back on again. And we should be suckaroony. Suck away. So I can see the little red light in the desoldering thing on this stand, which is quite handy because people were saying that it's on the wrong side of the gun. Well, it is really, but there you go. I can see it's out already. Oh, much better. Sounds blocked, doesn't it? Sounds blockhead. Let's pull this out. Have a look then. Oh, it is. Ooh. It is blockhead. Our first blockage, look. Right, that's that. No. What about that now then? Will that poke through there now? Yeah. Well, that little thing at the back there's got some solder on it still. I suspect that once I put that thing back in there, it's been cleared it all. Ah, back in business. Quack, quack. Just got to remember to put that black wire back on there. Right, these have been bent over. I can't see. I'll tell you what, I'm going to get my eyes tested again, you know. Just make sure that's definitely desoldered from there. Yeah, it is. We've just bent it right over so as we can't get it out. Right, okay, these are both 400. What do you reckon they're going to read then? Both 400. Let's get the old ESR meter out and let's give it a go. Capacitor bingo. 400. The funny size as well, 400, and I'm going to have to put 470s in there. Where's my caps? Where's my caps? These two. How about these two? How about these? Yeah, they're going to have 470s in there. What are you rated at? 105 degrees. Suntan. Not a great make, I'm sure, but that's what we've got. Leave those down there. Right, well, while you're guessing that, I'm going to nip down and get myself another beer, so I'll be back. Stay there. So, 400. Have a guess. They're both to ground, Anthony, yeah. Both to ground, mate. I'll tell you what I'll do. Rather than putting your music on, I'll leave the circuit diagram up on the screen for you. So it's C14 and C15 we're looking at. I suppose C15 is directly to ground. C14 does go through a resistor. So there you are. I'm just going to go and grab another bottle a minute. Okay, we've got a proper job now. Proper job. Down that there Cornwall place now. So yeah, how are we doing on the 400s? How are we doing? R11. According to this, R11 is 180 ohms. Allegedly. I bet he doesn't measure 180 ohms, does he? trouble is all of these resistors are going to be a bit knackered. Where's R11? R11 is down there. Let's see what R11's actually measuring. Where's my multimeter? It's buried deep. Thanks to Alex, I do have a decent multimeter now. Oh, on the wrong screen. Ooh, ooh. Proper joblet in the house. Proper job. Down Aaron's neck of the woods. Alright, so let's see what this one is. This is it here, I believe. I was reading 207. So we're 20 ohms out, but that's highly likely. Right, okay, first one then. $79,479. It's not too bad. I mean, end of the day, I'm going to have to put 470 in there. Oh, that one's high. 555. That's the top one, which is C14. So the one after the resistor's gone the highest. That one there. ESR's okay on both of those though, so I don't think they're the issue. Let's lift this one. So the next one's going to be 640. 640. Nicely bent over again. So 640. You don't want to come out. Maybe it's not quite desoldered then. Or I've desoldered the wrong thing, maybe. No, it is desoldered, right. So 640 is the next one. So there's not many more. There's hardly anything that one's attached to. I don't know whether I've gone too big with this tip now, you know. I think. Right, let's take these two out while you're doing the checking the 640. So positive is the same way on both, up to the top. That's that one out. Where's this one? Is it there? Yes, it is. They've done a nice bendy job on it again. This one, where's the other one gone? On the floor by any chance? Is it on us on my lap? Okay. These are my old snips. I should have got rid of these and thrown them away, really, but you know, they're still useful for sacrificial jobs where you don't want to use your best snips. Cutting bits of metal off or something like that. Put a big blob there because that's really where that black wire should sit. Should be sat there. Okay, how are we doing on the 640 then? By the way, who won the other one then? 555 and 479, wasn't it, I believe? Alex got the first one, did he? Which one? Because there was two. There was two winners on that, unless Alex got both. $817. That one's gone a bit high. No, that is. Let's have a look where that is on the circuit. Would that cause us a problem? I bet that's the one across the speaker. Yeah, C19 it is. This is the one that I thought might be a problem as well. C19 is this one, so that's gone really high. Yeah, it should be 640. Who got that one then? 817. Who had the 817? Anybody? Alex 73. Oh, 805 for Tim. It's got to be Tim then, isn't it? Oh, well done, Anthony and Alex. I think that one's Tim's. In the bag, Tim. That one's knackered. Let's Evie out. The next one is this one here then. This is 10 at 16. At 16, I can see which way is ground. I'm going to have to take that one out by hand because the so the next one is 10 at 16 then. I want to get that one replaced. Oh, 680 in there. Whack. Now, which way round is this? The positive is down the bottom there. Positive down the bottom. Positive down the bottom. So 10 at 16. Eyes down looking. Got a whacking great soldering iron tip on, but you know. Right, 10 at 16. It's tiny, actually. The new one going in is a hell of a lot bigger than that. That's definitely a 10, isn't it? 10 at 25. He's still good though. The sound effects even though. Ten at 16 then. Here goes. Ooh, naughty. Right, okay, I'll just clean the legs up a little bit. 4.7 ohms, that's high. 14.36. 13 for Gavin. 17.5 Tim. Well, did I do that one a bit quick for you? Come on, you've got to keep up with the program. Capacitor bingo doesn't wait for anybody. Right, 2 left to go. They're both a pain in the neck because they've got wires attached to them. Let's go 2.5 there. $32? $32? Yeah. Random. Right, so where the hell is this one to? In underneath here somewhere. Something else fell on the floor now. Nice. I think it's that one. And there. Yes, it is. Right, this is the 32 then coming out. Let's see if I've got a 33 to shove back in there. Yes, I have. A 32. Oh, come out of there, monster. 32 then next. If you like to place your bets. That was probably my other cutters then that went on the floor. $32 going on the machine. Come on down. Say the radio was working, so these weren't critical. But well, we're in here. Have them out. I'm going in with proper job. I did order another big job, but they ran out of big jobs, so I had to have a proper job. Proper job. Powerfully hopped IPA. Unlikely to be as nice as the big job. This used to have a purple label because I think was it Alex won that? Or it was Andrew, wasn't it? That's a nice beer though. That's a nice beer. Right, are we done? Let's do it. Ooh. Another poorly one. Now, is it just bad connections again? No, it's not. I'm on the soda connections. That's got 48 and it's 5.4 ohms. Now, where is that one? Where is that one? C17. Where are you? C17. C1, C11, C19, C17. That's on the output stage. Interesting. That looks like it's in parallel with RV3, which is the adjustment for the quiescent current, I believe. Who had that one then? 48. Anthony's got 47. Rob's got 49. So Rob is closest. Well done, Rob. Multi, how you doing, Multi? I see you in there. Cleanser, it is a cleanser. Right, okay. Interesting. One left then. That one was kaput. I don't even know where that one's gone now. That one's just left the building. We try and sort of keep them all together. So jumped off the table. It's gone to have a look at the proper job, I suppose. Random, it's gone. Right, let's get the last one out then, over here. This is the one with the wires attached. So we've got the green wire attached to the ground here. Quack. Come on. I think this tip's too big, you know. I think this is too big. Probably the 1.3 would have been better. Ah, that's hot. He's a hot one. Right, this is a 2.5 now. So do I go smaller and put a 2.2 in, or do I go bigger and put a 3.3? That is the question. Once again, they've done a proper bendy job on the legs. So that's 2.5. I don't know whether to go for 3.3, you know. That's not far off, is it? Let's go with a 2.5. 2.2, I mean. I expect it'll be a little bit high anyway. On my lap. I'm going in with a 2.2. I picked out a 3.3, but then I changed my mind. So we should have some improvements. I mean, it was pretty good anyway, wasn't it? To be fair, it wasn't bad. That's a bit of a blobby solder joint, Graham. It's a little bit too close for comfort to that wire as well. Which I'm sure will ping straight off as soon as I solder this. It hasn't. Right, 2.5 then. Have you all had a go? Have you all had a guess? Proper job cleanser. Big job. We'll have a look at the quiescent current and that on this as well while we're in here, because I say once it's back in, I ain't taking it out again. Right, here we go then. Ooh. 7.2 ohms ESR. 2.18 though. So we had a 2.6 from Bob. I think Bob takes that one. How hot? What, Rob? My hot air station gets as hot as it says on the temperature gauge. Not really with you there. That's madness. See how hot my hot air station gets. Well, it gets hot. Hey? Oh, Never mind. Well, there we are. That's done. So let's have a look at these measurements that it wants to do then. Hollow victory. So I'm looking down here, AF amplifier adjustments. So it needs to be carried out with a battery terminal of 9 volts measured across C15. So we can do that. We need to get our speaker up. Oh, the capacitor's in my lap, did you say? Yeah, it might well be. Let's get the speaker back up. Okay, speaker. Let's hook the power up and measure the voltage across those two terminals like it's asking us. Now it's the voltage across that one, I believe. Wants to be bang on 9 volts. Well, it's 9.1 at the moment, so let's just adjust that to exactly 9. That's good enough. That's good enough. Right, okay. So what are we doing then? We have got to... It says connect a voltmeter between the junction of C19R18. So, which is, I can see C19, but where the hell's R18? Huh? C19, R18. Where the hell is R18? Come on, R18. Show your face. Okay. So let's turn it back over. C19, R18. Got to be there. Chassis. There's a decent chassis ground. There maybe. So we're looking at here. So that's supposed to be 5.2 volts. So we've got to adjust RV3 to get to 5.3 volts, and that's that one there by the looks of it. Let's get you in a bit closer. You can have a look. I am on the main camera, aren't I? So this is RV3. What we'll do with RV3 is we'll give him a little squirt. Just give him a little bit of an exercise first. Let's test that. So we need to be 5.2. Other way. Come on. You can't see the multimeter, can you? Let's see if I can get that in the shot as well. Not particularly in focus, but you can see it just about. Well, how about that? It's creeping a little bit as it's warming up. Little germanium transistors. Let's just. Yeah, I think we're happy with that. Okay, then what we've got to do. Connect a milliamp meter in the red flex link on the foil side. So we need to go milliamps now. Red flex, let's just pop that off a minute. The red link, I see it. I see it. Let's pop that off. So now we need to be looking at the quiescent current. So I've disconnected this link here. So I'm sticking the multimeter in between that and the other terminal that came out, if I can get this to clip on. These are not great, these clip leads. Oh, I hate you. I hate you, lead. These are the ones that came with the... No, I didn't. I bought these as a kit, didn't I? But they're the proper Agilent ones. Okay, so between there and there. And we're looking for a reading of 3.5 milliamps. And the answer is... What? Really? Quiescent current means minimum volume, doesn't it? Okay. That's definitely low. Now, how the hell are we going to do this? Ah! We're going to have to solder a wire on there. Quiescent current, I mean, it doesn't say turn it down to minimum, but quiescent current you've got to have at the minimum, haven't you? Oh, it does, yeah. With volume control at minimum. So we're definitely not right there. We need a little wire. We need a little wire. We need a little wire connected to that. I'm going to have to spin the board over. In order to make the adjustment. Come on. It's being lazy, really. Right, that's that one and that one, so I should be able to grab them from the other side. Yes, I can. Okay, so I've got my two wires poking out here. Let's get some clips because get the solder out from underneath the radio as well, because you can bet your life that's going to short out. Okay. Keep trying to turn the wrong one. That is miles off. Let's give that a little squirt again. So we're going in that one. It's in behind this thing here. Can I turn it around so you can see it without shorting anything out? Yeah, there you go. Right, okay. So we need to be at 3.5 milliamps. That's quite a bit out, isn't it? We've got a knackered preset. think. Let's try it gently. Yeah, we've got a knackered preset there. It's not adjusting. If I push it down, it might. Oh, joy. Right, what's that preset value? Let's turn that off. What is that preset value? RV2. What is RV2? RV2 is 220 ohms. Oh god, what's the chances of me having a 220 ohm preset? Where's my little thing? Ow. Ooh. Ow. Swine. Bridge rectum fryers, bulbs. Where's my presets? Come on. I know there's some here. Where are you? Presets. Trimmers, all sorts. 220 ohm we need. 22k. 10k. 10k. 22k. This ain't gonna go well, is it? 10k. What's this one? What's this one? 4.7k. What's that one? That's a capacitor, I believe. Was that a preset? Oh, that's a preset. 100. No, 10k. We've got a knackered preset. Now somewhere I've got a box of presets. I'm just going to nip to the loo a minute and I'm going to see if I can find my box of presets. It won't be a sec. Be right back. It's typical, I can't find them. Now, where the hell did I put them? I came across them yesterday only. I thought, didn't know I had those. They'll be useful. And I left them exactly where I found them. I've got them, I've got them. Ooh. How about that? But have we got what we want? What we really, really want? Ooh, we've got a 200 ohm. We might be able to pull it in with a 200 ohm. What do you reckon? A 200 ohm might do it. It says 220k, was it? RV2, 220 ohm. Well, it's going to be a bit of a stretch to fit it in there. I don't know what these are rated at. But you know, needs must and all that. Could add a resistor really, but Paul's saying put a 500 in there. I suppose if I put a bigger one in, it would still have that range, wouldn't it? What have I got in here? Yeah, I got a 500. Is it better to go lower or higher, do you think? But I mean, it's normally it's sort of like mid-range, isn't it? We'll try it. See how we get on with the 200. If I can't pull it enough, then I might have to put a 500. Oh shit! Pardon my language. I just poured that all over my. I didn't realise there's quite so much left in there. Poured that all over my desoldering tool. Anyway, cheers everybody. Yeah, if I can't pull it enough, then I'll have to put 500 in. But you think a massive set of those, that I would have something, wouldn't you, really? Just double check I've got nothing else here. 100k. 5k. Oh, we've got a wire and a skeleton one there. What's that one? What is that one? That's interesting. Clearly I've pulled that out of another amp or something. Mind you saying that, I've got loads of amps here. 4K7, 250k. They're ancient. $10k, 50k. No, nothing there. Let's have a quick look at this one and see what this is. It's normally marked on it, but it's not marked on this one. $50k. Got excited then. All the rest are pretty much identical, so. trimmers, capacitors. It looks like it's this one. Let's see what it does measure. 203 ohms. Yeah. Let's put the beer-soaked Hacko on. The beer-soaked transformer, anyway. So where are we? We're down here. So with those three terminals there. It'll work. So we're going to have to get creative with the legs on this thing. Need a bit of bendy on them. Yep, I reckon we're good to go. I don't know if this will take the same wattage, mind you, but what's the worst that can happen? Decided to turn itself off. How we doing anyway? Beer? 200 should be fine. I think it'll be fine. Cheers, Baz. The voice of reason, as always. Right, so he's in the middle position at the moment. There's me wires. Let's get the multimeter back in. Milliamps. Right. Play. Trim again. Triminy, so you can sort of see where it is. It's just down there. It's focusing on the meter now, that. There we go. So we are looking for, I think it was 3.5 milliamps, wasn't it? Yeah. Whoa. Not 16. Okay. Just leave it for a bit. It says allow 1 minute to elapse and recheck this. So we'll leave it on for a little bit. Now we're better. We should sound a lot better, shouldn't it? Most of your pots come off scrap boards, yeah. I don't know what's up with that one. It was really wobbly. I assume the carbon's track is broken. It's somewhere along the way there. It's really badly tarnished, mind you, but I did clean it. Should be a bit better now, shouldn't it? Flipping heck, that was miles off. That'll do, won't it? I think that's pretty accurate, isn't it? Yeah. Right. So we've got one other adjustment to do, and that is, shall we do that one? So if we look here, this last bit here, with an oscilloscope, observe a sine wave output and adjust RV3 for symmetry at onset of clipping. So, do I need to put a sine wave across the volume pot? And then look at it on the scope. Or can I just get away with excuse me. Interesting, that was so far out though, wasn't it? You know, we thought everything was okay, radio was working, but really there was a problem that was hidden. So a bit of detective work. If I hadn't bothered with that, I would never have known that, you see. See, I've got modulation generator on this thing, you see. Generate external. Generate 1K. Receive modulation. Generator. Mod. One K tone, amplitude 1. No. Yeah, see, I want to... I should be able to generate a frequency on this thing, really. So I could just stick a modulated signal at 1K. So it's saying basically with an oscilloscope observe a sine wave output and adjust RV3 for symmetry at onset of clipping. So I could just stick my signal generator in there, couldn't I, with my loop and do it that way, rather than ask about connecting up a tone. If I can find my loop thing, which should be here but doesn't appear to be. I normally hook it on there. Ah, there it is. Right, let's get set up and we'll do this as well, and that'll be it then. I'll do this and that'll be it. But I've taken my thing off there and now hopefully it's here. I can't see it. I've been messing about with RF connectors. There we go. So I could just stick the IF in, couldn't I, at was it 470? That should come out. Is it 470? I don't know what the IF is. Let's go 1 meg. Hey. Why can't I get a tone through this thing? Definitely on medium wave, aren't I? Okay, that should do it. Let's get the scope out. Let's get the scoop out. I haven't got a dummy load. I could connect the output meter out, but where's my scope probe gone? Everything's collapsed over this side of the bench again. Just use this one for now. Let's see, we'll try to dig the other one out from underneath everything. So this is going to be very loud for you, so apologies for that. What's that? 5 ohms. I haven't got a 5 ohm. Could do with a 5 ohm dummy load, really, because this is going to be way too loud. I've got a 10 ohm. 10 ohm might be too high in impedance, isn't it? Let me see if I've got a 5 ohm wire around a minute. Let's catch up with the chat a minute. Go 90% more. No worries, let's see if I can find a 5 ohm. What have we got here? 7 watt 10 ohm, 150 ohm, 250 ohm, 100 ohm, 66, 3.9. 27. We're not going to have a 5, are we? Oh, there we go, 5 ohm. What do you know? Five ohm wire wound. Let's whack it on. Because I can't be doing with that noise. I don't know about you, but that is so annoying. What's this one? 10 watts. Yeah, this should be fine. This will be fine. It won't even get lukewarm. It might. Right, that's better. Right, do it again. Without the racket this time. Let's get that off of the thing. Baz is saying put it up to... I got the thing on times 10, so let's make sure we can get that up. Yeah, we can. Same, put it on 90% AM. Whoa, that's mental. Yeah, that's too much. Right. Come on. Scope probe does not want to hang on to that lead there for some reason. So let's turn her up. Horizontal. No, I don't want that. I want the time base. That's noisy as hell, isn't it? What's clipping about there? That's not a very good waveform though. I can't really do it with that. Look how noisy that is. That's mentally noisy, look. It's really noisy. Oh, hang on. It's definitely clipping there, look. Okay, so I need to flip this over. So I've got to adjust RV3. I've gone and knocked myself off frequency now, I think, am I? Or have I gone up too loud? This is the problem, you can't can't see where you are here, really. So let me me just put that back over there where it should be. Just find that frequency again. So, symmetry onset of clipping. So that's clipping. That's not. That is. It's not a very good waveform, is it? What the hell is going on with that? That's better. Yeah. Maybe I'm zoomed in too much. Just clip in there. And that's as good as it's going to get, I think. It's done. I haven't left it alone, I've adjusted it. It's fine. Usually when you do those, it makes very little difference. The onset of clipping thing. So we'll have a final sense check. We'll see what it sounds like now. Will it sound any different? I don't know. It should do, shouldn't it, in theory, because that quiescent current was way down. It should be hellish loud. Right, we've got lots of things going, including it doesn't like my oscilloscope over here. It won't like this light. It's not going to like that neon sign. It's not going to like that one. It's not going to like that one. And is it going to like that one? And something's still interfering with it, but you know. That's Radio Wales. Ooh.
walk a few metres away to the car on our own.
What were you afraid might happen?
I don't know. I just knew. I think it was because of obviously what we've been told. This is a bad man, and they're sending me there. So I felt
So the only other one
comfortable.
that will make a much
I used to
difference
have
to the signal is
milestones.
the aerial
So it would be
trimmer.
like Friday, get there, go out for food, eat, go home, go to bed.
So this is
And
Radio
then
4
Saturday, you know,
on long
I
wave.
used to get through the day in milestones. Thankfully, that only happened for a couple of years because I then became an age where I said I don't want to go, or I would make excuses. You know, I was entering my teens by then, and I didn't go. But I just think now
Something's
he will make a
interfering with it. It's
child
the
do that.
computer, I think.
But I am aware that it still exists. That
That's
children
Roy on Radio
are
Wales.
made
Roy
to either
and Wales.
return to their father's
Right.
home after they've committed a crime of domestic homicide. I'm aware that children are made to still go and visit. The fathers who've committed these crimes still have parental responsibility.
Let's
to make
put
decisions about their
let's put
children, and the families have no say over it.
it's time. I need to make a copy of this because I can't because it's chewed up, isn't it? Oh, I forgot about that. The pad needs fixing.
And that it will come into force by the end of 2026.
Damn.
The full interview is available on BBC Sounds, and I urge you to listen. Radio 4's book of the week this week is Weimar, Life on the Edge of Catastrophe by Katja Hoyer.
What can we play that's not going to get us in trouble?
Germantown. After the First World War, Weimar was the scene of an historic experiment.
Let me go and
in
see a
democracy.
minute.
A haven of culture home to figures like Goethe and Friedrich Schiller, not to mention the birthplace of the Bauhaus movement. But it was also entwined with the rise of the Nazis, and then overshadowed by the nearby Buchenwald concentration camp, a melting pot then of art, politics, extremism, and brutality. The city's rise and fall is told through the stories of its citizens, including Karl Weyrich, a local shop owner who kept a meticulous diary of his time in Weimar since moving there in 1914, and the horrific scenes that met him and others from the town in 1945 after American forces liberated Buchenwald.
Karl Weyrich stared at the crematorium ovens.
Okay.
6 gaping holes
You're gonna like this.
framed by iron and brick. Their heavy doors stood open, revealing
Guide
canopies
to
filled
Citizens
with
Band
lumpy
Radio.
piles of ash. Something white protruded from the dark mess. Fingers, perhaps, or ribs. Karl was nearly 60 years old and had never seen anything so horrifying in his life.
Right.
Someone coughed. A couple of women sobbed quietly. They looked incongruous in their brightly coloured spring dresses, shaky hands pressing handkerchiefs to their faces against the stench of death and misery. Some of the men and women kept their eyes fixed on the American soil.
What's the traffic in the city centre? If I go through it or round it, and someone will tell you. Or if you don't know Birmingham, you can call up and say, I want in the city centre. And some kind of will tell you. As you're driving, they'll say, right, you're at a set of traffic lights. Turn left, there's a big shop on the corner, now turn right there. Go down until you see the bakers and turn right. And you'll be there.
That sounds terrible, doesn't it?
Well, it's a known fact that if you ask anyone what they associate with CBs, they're going to mention a little place that's just west of Watford Gap. It's called America. Because in America, on the highways and byways, there are these big, bold, truck-driving men with bars of chocolate lying at their side as they travel on their weary way, talking to each other, hurling abuse and doing all sorts of things.
bit of an old cliche, I think, about America and the start of TV, but it does lead me into the question, Richard, which is burning. How did it in fact start in America? TV in America goes right back to 1948, when they introduced what they called then General Mobile Radio Service, which was VHS, it used valve sets, and it imitated bird calls rather better than it transmitted the human voice. It popped and whistled and crackled. Nobody really liked it very much. It never really
Gerard,
caught on.
cheers, mate.
But the transistor changed all that because it enabled people to make a set which could stand up to the battering in a car and still produce an acceptable signal. So if you like, round about 1958 when Class D citizen band came out, which is what we now know as TV, and the transistor was incorporated into it, it began to catch on. But it was really only the trusted.
Can I plug in my outside area?
And they stuck with it for a long time until the oil crisis. I usually remember petrol rationing. Americans discovered OPEC and TANIC in the same moment in about
I'll stick my outside area on it.
The truckers needed it.
Potentially I can.
They needed it for their bread and butter. That's how they earned their money. And they used their radios to tell each other where they could get fuel. And at the same time, the federal government introduced the double nickel for 55-mile-an-hour speed limit. And the big rigs can do a lot more than 55 miles an hour, but it takes them a while to get there. So they don't want to keep slowing down the limit they've got to. They don't want to hold 55. They need to get from place to place. So they use it also to tell each other where the speed traps were. And Joe Public in America suddenly thought, aha, this is a way that I can avoid the gun battles at petrol stations, because they were killing each other.
I'm in a bit of a state with my wires. So let's see if I can put the outside wire on.
And so instead of going to the station that washes your windows best, you now go to the one that's got the gas. And that's really when it picked up and took off in the States, simply because people needed petrol. Obviously, having adopted it and used it for that purpose, it became a culture, it became something nice to have. And it started the biggest consumer boom in America since colour television. And there were Far Eastern, nimble, inscrutable Orientals turning out to
see if I can get this
the rate of
hooked
10
up.
million a year, just to fuel the American market.
It's a bit of a stretch to get it there. Let's see if I can hook up the external wire then. Now what do I do with those leads I had just now for my multimeter? I'll get those back, please, if I can have them. I had my multimeter hooked up with two leads just now, and they have now gone. Would help if I actually attach that. That's better.
West Ham are going to bring on Pablo. They've already got Castellanos and Wilson on the pitch. Will they go with three strikers and try and get themselves back into this game? Their Premier League future depends on it, but it is Newcastle on the ball with Guimaraes. Hall making the run down the left-hand side. He's found by the Brazilian. Almost decided to cross it, decided against it. Now he looks to flick. Ann Wilson, the only player up the field.
Going over. BBC Radio Wales. Central Square, Cardiff, CF10 1FT. CF10 1FT. And we'll be glad.
Difficult for those Newcastle defenders. Just wants that chance. He just wants one chance that he can put away and put pressure on his old club.
Diouf trying to make that chance happen. Ball into Somerville, but it was a little bit heavy and unable to get it under control. Crescencio Somerville, and now it is launch clear, but that will go straight to Disasi on the halfway line. You can hear that.
That's a computer making that racket. Just turn it to back to long wave.
Photography, televisions and screens worldwide. What began as a Victorian scientific curiosity ultimately transformed how the world sees itself.
The ethereal Jane Steele there, or the boss, as we call her. What makes these short programs so compelling is that they are so perfectly crafted and perfectly packaged, a tribute to the endlessly curious researchers and producers who put them together. Now, we began this episode with music, so let's end with some as well. It's been really lovely enjoying some of the centenarian national treasure, Sir David Attenborough's work over the past many decades on TV. My favourite of his programmes is definitely Wild London, which is available on iPlayer. And if you love his work, you'll love a segment from Monday's edition of the Today programme. It's something of an annual tradition, but like all our favourite things, it's well worth returning to. In 1924, as Beatrice Harrison practiced her cello in the garden, a nightingale sang back. Their improvised duet, heard around Britain, was the first time ever that wildlife sounds had been broadcast by the BBC. It was so popular that for 12 years, listeners could hear the nightingales sing every spring. In celebration of that duet, for the past few years, a group of ornithologists, ecologists, and musicians have been hosting a series of concerts in the forest homes of these rare nightingales. Singing with nightingales is the brainchild of the folk musician Sam Lee, and the great hope every year is that these lovely feathered crooners will join in with the human musicians. Sam explained to Anna Foster how they make it work.
I still disbelieve myself sometimes when I say it, but just a few hours after last night's concert, and there we sat under the stars, and as the musicians sang and played, we just experienced this way that the bird it starts to adapt his voice and come into tune with us and rhythm, and really starts to listen deeply to what we're playing and find that harmony and that unison, and the voice amplifies, it grows, and he starts to really come into some sort of rhythm and play with us. It does beg belief, I must admit.
And what we played was the sound of a nightingale and a cello, but actually you've got a real range of different artists, different music who are doing this, and it works every time.
It really does, and the nightingale responds differently to every musician. They are so very good at reading. So when Charlotte Church sang last weekend under the full moon on May Day, she channeled, and the nightingale really...
So I'm actually connected to the medium wave aerial, but I'm on long wave on the set. When I try connecting it onto the long wave aerial,
and every evening
it's not very well.
Mind
you, I haven't tried the yellow wire.
Every audience falls into a complete spell. I think this is what's so important. It's spell making.
Dragon humming.
I introduced you, Sam, as a musician and conservationist, and I know you've talked about that moment, the silence that's left behind when the nightingales disappear. You've talked about that as the sound of extinction, and it is something that it brings that into stark relief, doesn't it, really?
It really does, and where we are, what we are celebrating is the joy and the survival of the population here, and their voices are of such expressiveness. But the sadness is that we are listening to a relatively significant, if small, percentage of the nation's nightingales that are left. When that recording was made 100 years ago, there were hundreds of thousands of the birds. Now there's only about 5,500 pairs left. So the country is relatively silent at night compared to what it once was back in the day when nightingales were a common bird. Like many of our birds, were far more abundant. And now that there's such a terrifying drop-off, even this time of year when they're so songful, we're just hearing of a small fraction of what it used to sound like.
Yeah, it hasn't passed me by the way, that I can hear birds singing in the background. Are you outdoors, Sam?
I am, yes.
Yeah.
I'm in a beautiful dawn woods right now.
It sounds absolutely lovely. I think we should conduct all of our interviews that way in the future. Sam Lee, a musician and conservationist, thanks for joining us.
We could choose different birds depending on the kind of mood of the interview.
Oh, we could, couldn't we? That would look interesting.
The audio crackle of one of the earliest recordings from 1927 of this yearly occurrence gives
So now I'm connected to the external aerial.
Enchanting quality. It is truly magical.
Over here.
Thanks for listening.
What is that? You see a small tear in it? There is a bit of wire on it, if that's what you meant.
The late Beatrice Harrison, accompanied by a nightingale, performing the London Derriere, ending that Pick of the Week, which was presented by Vicky Alice and produced by Anthony McKee. It was a BBC Audio Northern Ireland production.
That sounds really nice, doesn't it?
All of the selections featured today are available on BBC Sounds, and links can be found on the programme page of the Radio 4 website. Matthew Sweet chooses... You're listening to BBC Radio 4 on 198 kHz longwave. This service is closing. BBC transmissions on this frequency will end on the 27th of June this year.
Wow.
However, you can continue to listen in many other ways. You can find BBC Radio 4 online via BBC Sounds. Radio 4 is available on DAB, digital radio, and through your digital television, including Freely. Radio 4 is also available via FM radio on 92 to 95 MHz and 103 to 105 MHz. Plus, you can listen via your smart speaker. Just say, play.
That's the first time I've heard that.
Information on how to listen can be found on the BBC website at bbc.co.uk/reception.
BBC News at 7 o'clock. The Culture Secretary, Lisa Nandy, has said it is a personal decision for Sir Keir Starmer whether he chooses to fight any potential leadership contest. Yesterday, Wes Streeting confirmed he would stand in any future leadership race after he resigned as Health Secretary. The Greater...
Well, there you are. That's pretty good. I will go through and do the RF alignment just to make sure that the aerial coils are peaked. Then what I shall do is do a little video outside with it all reassembled. I'll stick the badge back on it. How about that? Yeah, it's nice. It will sound better back in the box. It sounds pretty good there though, doesn't it, to be fair? So yeah, we've just got to do the RF alignment. It's just all the little trimmers. Don't need to worry about the station alignment because there's nothing really to listen to, but it'll be interesting to take it outside of an evening on medium wave and just listen to what I can pick up. Anyway, I'm well overdue for finishing. Mrs. Cruncher's tea has got the tea ready by the smell of it, so I'd better say bye. Don't forget to give it the thumbs up. Thanks again to my Patreons and channel members, and I will catch you next week. if not before. So bye for now, and thanks for joining me.